Right. I think we're about ready to start. I'll just make sure that this says the right thing. There we are. And I'll check to make sure that I can it's running the right program, and preferably was that my headphones? I think my headphones just cut out for some reason. Hopefully if I turn them off and back on again, they will behave themselves. Yeah, there we are. And with that, I think we can begin. Oh, actually, something else I want to do is make sure that on my end the video or you can't hear the stream. I can't hear the stream coming from my speakers. Right. So I think we want a new game. And yeah, I've got my own playlist of songs from a handful of games. Which you might be able to hear. So, if the title didn't clue you in, we are going to be making the 100-piece set from Thomas Wooden Railway. Well, that's the plan anyway. No, I don't want that. Actually, do I want that? Maybe I do. No, that's what I want. The terrain tables. Before I do that, I might make it so we're in a room rather than anything else. I should just make all the walls and stuff a beige yellow colour, and then I can pretend I'm in the back rooms. Maybe not. I can't even remember what the ceiling in the back rooms looks like. Is it like that, or is it more like that? It's definitely not like that. It's definitely not like that either. This is not really what I'm supposed to be doing, frankly. I think I'll won't get into that. I'll start putting the baseboard together, or indeed the play table together. Although I feel like I must stress that I don't think there is an option in Rolling Line to have the track resemble wooden track. I mean, one of these days I'll probably stream Tracks the Train Set game, which is I guess a game that is more the sort of thing you want if you want to really get into the wooden railway sort of vibe. The only thing is, and the reason why I don't think Tracks the Train Set game would be as good for recreating Thomas Wooden Railway layouts is simply the fact that um, simply the fact that in fact this is one of probably one of my only criticisms, or the thing I think the game should have, Tractor Train Set game, is that you can only do curve track at 90 degrees. You can't do it at 45, which is slightly annoying. Well, I don't know about annoying, but it means it's kind of limits what you can do. I think the two things I'd want from Tracks the Train Set game, I know they still sometimes update it now and then, but the main things I'd want from Tracks the Train Set game are 45-degree curves and workshop support, which I know a lot of people want. But we want the curves to be 45 degrees, because I'm going to try and have this match the general look of the basically I want to use the same shape pieces as the actual layout, so the curves should be 45 degrees. Also want like half size ones as well. I'm just putting these on this little I don't know what you call it, like countertop, just so I've got a good idea of the sort of the general sizing of the so I can basically, every time I need a new one of these, I can just come back here and pick one up. You wish they'd add workshop support to the Tractor Train Set game as well. I don't know, it seems a bit too barren for you to buy it. Yeah, yeah, I do like Tractor Train Set games. A bit of a perhaps a bit of a comfort game. I like the vibe of it. It might be because I first bought the game during a Steam winter sale, but I always get a bit of a Christmassy vibe from Tracks the Train Set game. So maybe it's something I can stream around Christmas time, maybe. I mean, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure whether we'll figure out the track sizes as we go, most likely. But yeah, for now I'll go with these. So I'm going to try and get this to mess that up. Now I'm going to try and get this as aligned with the sides as I can. I'm just going to move it a little bit further along. I think is that right. There's that. Is that aligned? It's pretty close, I'd have said. See, the problem is that the Thomas Wooden Railway wiki doesn't have like a schematic or a blueprint of the layout. So I don't know if maybe just didn't, the set itself just didn't come with one. I think there's I think what I should have done actually, rather than that, I should get a short piece and then a long piece. The perspective is a bit weird on this game because when you go down here, it looks well, I guess that's just a quirk of it's just kind of how perspective works, but when you're not looking at it from top down, it does look like it's perpendicular to the baseboard, or at least more perpendicular than it actually is. So, oops, that's not what I wanted. Well, now I've got to make a turnout piece that has the same general proportions as the curved, or the larger curved track. So I think this. No, press the wrong button. Also, I want to put this here with the others. Right, is it here? I want? No, maybe. Oh, hang on. It's the wrong way. So should I make this minus? No. Oh, hang on, there we are, left, I think. Yeah. Oops, not on that. The Island of Sodor playboard has a, believe it, is that the same thing as the 100-piece set, or is it something else? I plan on making more rolling line layouts based on train sets, or will this be a one-off thing? Well, it depends on how well this stream does, and or how well or how much I enjoy doing it. I think it should be a fairly easy thing to do if I'm. So I think. I think there's a small curve that follows this, maybe. And there's going to be a station between the two lines. I think we want a long straight and a short straight. That should do it. Oh yeah, I think so. And then two short curves, I think. Just remember, well, I'm looking at a picture or a photo of the layout, because it's not like completely top down, it's like at an angle. It's not 100% obvious where everything goes. Right. Well, I'll sort out the outer line first, or this part of the outer line, because I can. No, actually, I want the short piece first. I think I want one going the other way here. I'm not sure if he uses a short or a long piece, or a short curve or a long curve under the bridge. So it would look really cool as Trackmaster. Yeah, it might do. Or a Tomy track. I don't know if MTI has done a video converting this layout to Tomy or not. I know he did one for the lift and load set. Right, so I want to have an elevated bit here. Oops. I think actually. Oh, not that. Might try elevating a smaller piece first. It's yeah, it's a bit very I need to I don't suppose that is no, that's not quite right. Let's try again. That's better. That's pretty close. The Vax Fusion video. You love them, best part of my channel. Well, there'll definitely be more to come. Can't say exactly when. What's the issue here is that ideally I want like some sort of well, some sort of support or something, or brickwork to go underneath the curve. I wonder if actually, because I don't think we're gonna be having it 100% accurate to the original layout, but I wonder if should be more like this maybe, so it's closer to the center. So you cannot. Ooh. Because I don't know how to make. Oh, I don't know how to make this symmetrical. Well, that's definitely not symmetrical. Well, if I did ones of Sodor stories in the Solid Railway series, like James and the Van, that would be cool. Well, I did do one on well, doing stuff like Shunting Showdown and Emily and the Express, and obviously the one with the mail train, which I forget the name of. But I could do a part 2 at some point. I don't know why the only Clockwork Night track that's playing are just short music cues and none of the actual main tracks from the game. And I should just do. Nah. Another possibility is that I think there's a long straight following that. But maybe if I do this, try and make it that's more or less same as the everything else. Then I have it so that it's like that, and then I remove that, then I should be able to do that sort of fill-in effect if the game doesn't lag. That'd be a nice gesture if it didn't. There we are. Gap fill track. There we are. And I'll add something underneath here at some point. Once I have the whole track laid out. So then it I think those are shorter pieces. And I think it's probably the same as here, so probably a long piece and then actually maybe, I don't know. Oh yeah, I think so, actually. I think it's going to be a long piece and a short piece. And so I want to add a turntable. You're late, what did I miss? Not much. This is where we are at the moment. So we've still got a bit of track, still got quite a fair amount of track to lay. And I'm sure I promise it'll look prettier than this by the end. Right, so we need one of these. I don't want the whole thing. I only want the turntable part. So I can press edit turntable to customize the style. Edit roundhouse. I don't want the main part. What was I? They're not. No. So the problem is I don't know how to unless no. No. I want a frame. I could have something like that maybe, but I'm trying to find how to have visible lines that go off the turntable. Or maybe there's just not a... Well, there's got to be a way to do it. I don't know what, just don't know what it is. We hear birds. Well, Yeah, I think that's just part of the background ambience of the game. Unless... No. I don't know. Might have to look this up. I don't know why it's taken me onto like Steam page in like Norwegian or something. Yeah, it's in. Why is it in Norwegian? Right. Oh, here we are. I should also made a custom turntable. So let's go back. Here we are. So still can't see the exits, but they are there, which is good. Right. So, well, I'll add that, and none of these. If I do that and this, it's sort of not quite right. But if I do that, and then I can just fill that gap. Come on. Why do you think that only those two exist? How can you not see what's right in front of you? Oh, the music playing right now is Mercury Mine Zone if you are so inclined. Why can it not do it? How is this acceptable? Maybe if I get rid of that and just try and make it connect directly to the turntable. Yeah, that works. I don't know why I had to do that. I don't know why connecting two curved pieces is somehow unacceptable. Well, there we are. And then there's a curved line over here. Not another baseboard, a curved line. And a buffer stop. And I think the buffer stop is a modded piece. I'm going to prop mods and then buffer. There we are. TSG buffer stop UK. I think that's what we're after. Oh. Actually, I wonder if I remove that and add a short straight piece. That's probably too long. Maybe I do that and then add this. There we are. It feels like we're getting somewhere now. So let's have a look. Hang on. This needs to be a set of points. Can I do... No. What if... Is it going to accept that? Yes. And straight ahead there's another siding. And with another buffer stop. And over here we want a twin engine shed. I might do another custom turnout. Maybe that looks like it might work. Why not do the honourable thing and connect from the other side? Why is it hell-bent on connecting the wrong way? Maybe if I make this a left turnout, it'll do what I was asked of it. No, what's the matter? Maybe if I add like a very small, straight. Go back here. Make this really small. There it goes there. And now is it gonna let me do it? Yeah. Now that's looking a bit big actually. I wonder if I can make something a bit littler. Need 0.7 and then have the length be a bit shorter, something like that. Come back. Oh, you almost saw the light. There we are. And the engine shed can be there. We will add an engine shed at some point once we've once I've laid all the track down. Are Bloomer saloon coaches sentient in my AU? Probably. Not sure why they wouldn't be. Things I kind of assume that all trucks and coaches in the railway series are sentient, even if we don't see their faces. What I'll do here is actually, what I might do is would that work? Let me try and see. I don't think that's going to be practical. So I might just do something like that. Maybe that's a bit extreme. So look. If I do that, and then this works. If I move that, then use this. Probably have two short straight and a long straight here, and that there, and I should be able to do the rest by using the gap filler. Yeah, work there. Let's work there as well. And again, this will, once we're done, this will look, this will like have supports or like a proper look, actually look like a bridge. But yeah, that, I think that's all the track laid. Oh no, there's another buffer stop just here. I'll just copy the pieces over. I think that's now everything. Yep, looks like it. The express coaches died, and that's why they aren't characters anymore. Perhaps Gordon's just dragging some coaches along. Dragging some corpses, I meant to say. Obviously, he's dragging coaches. So yeah, I don't think we need that lot. Now start laying down some of the accessories. Actually, do we have a windmill? Oh, I'm sure we can make a windmill using existing pieces, even if it doesn't spin around. Thing is, I don't necessarily want to use that many prop mods, because it means they're having to either include them. If I want to put this on the workshop, I've got to either include them in the mod or like point the, or like sort of point people towards them. Because I know that for some mods, people, or like, it will tell you, oh, these mods are required, would you like to subscribe to them, which is their way of saying download them, basically. But I think I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that, because I don't think they make it 100% obvious in the game itself. Hi, right, so you figured out ways to get the logging locos into the universe of the Railway series. Oh, interesting to hear that. It was a nice layout. Well, thank you very much. Well, you got to credit Learning Curve for coming up with the design. I just converted it to rolling line. There's track add-ons. There's no bridges here. What are these? Oh, there's tunnel entrances. I mean, we're gonna have a tunnel in the layout, so might need them at some point. What are these? Again, I don't think they're necessarily what we're after. Does this come with? Does this layout come with signals? There's no signals on the layout. There are stop signs, and a couple of other signs, yield signs, and what's the yellow one? Can't read what it says. There's also the RR crossing sign, even though there isn't a level crossing on the layout. Is interesting. And maybe I'll include signals anyway. I'll have to see. So I'm sure I can add bridges in one way or another. And scenery is just trees, isn't it? Yeah. Oops. It's just, yeah. And so maybe either buildings or props. There's a bridge. So maybe this is what we're after. We'll like sort of connect to the we'll sort of connect to the track. Although it's a bit. Is that better? I mean, the only thing is, the only thing is, if I do that, no. If I do that, then yeah, that's going to happen. It's a bit irritating. Is there definitely not a way? Like I do curved bridges. Is there really not like a? You do fences. I'm not sure why I can't. Said on away. Things I've put bridge here. It's not going to have anything useful, is it? Maybe I should go with something smaller and just kind of repeat it. I mean, what I could do is have the rest of it be... Hoping I can have the rest of it be... if I can... oh, actually, it's not there, is it? It's... yeah, maybe I can use the terrain sculpts thingy. How do I know? How do I can't remember how you decrease the size of it. No. There's definitely a way of doing it. I mean, it's just not doesn't seem to be interested in letting me do it. Someone did make a wooden toy track style in the workshop. Well, yeah, maybe maybe at some point I can download that mod and then change the track style. How do I decrease the size? Oh, something happened there. And then why is it only... Why do I have to pick between uselessly tiny and uselessly massive? Oh, because that's something else, not what we're actually after. I swear there was a way. Why wouldn't it let me do it? I don't know. I don't know what the shortcut could be if it's not WASD, the arrow keys, or the scroll wheel. Where are you, then? It's not what I said. Oh, here we are. Ah. And the height is a bit I'm hoping I can do this without too much trouble. I just said without too much trouble, not with. I'm sure it doesn't seem to be a way to make the these polygons finer. Maybe I can hide some of this with shrubs or something. Now goes the difficult task. So I think I've figured something out now. I don't know how I'm going to do this. Because I don't know how I'm going to do this bridge here. Maybe I can figure something out. but maybe I can't. Wish it didn't just decide that the track doesn't exist if it can't see it. I wonder if I should make this siding smaller, shorter, so that it doesn't get buried. Oh, was this it as well? Well, maybe it's just unavoidable. Now, I might shorten this to that. And maybe I can put something here. I've got to fix that first. That'll do. It's a problem all the time. Do I have bridge parts? Well, I mean, there's some bridge parts on the in the prop section, but I don't know if any of them will really work with this arch shape. Maybe I can use this for something. It's a bit big. If I shrink it, it doesn't need to be quite as small as that. This might be useful. I'm going to have to add supports underneath, but it's not actually as useless as I'd originally envisioned. So can I add some supports underneath to just make it look like it's not floating in the air? Maybe I could like add rocks or something. These are where the rocks are. Henry's tunnel. Well, I'm going to add a tunnel up here. I'm just working on the bridges first. might do is once I've added these, I might change the colours of some of them just so they're not all the exact same shade of grey. I mean, it's a bit janky looking. I might add a couple of shrubs. Again, I will recolor these once sort of got all the scenery down. I do kind of like how they, when you place them, they match the angle of the terrain. Be nice if that happened in trains and rail works and stuff like that when you're building or adding scenery to a layout. hopefully engine should be able to pass through there without clipping the clipping through the rocks. That's the hope anyway. Just to check them, because I mentioned this at the end of last stream. I mentioned this at the end of the last stream. You can go in Rolling Line. You can go into the gameplay options and basically make it so that the wagon gravity. You can customize the wagon gravity, so I made it so it's more so that it'll gain more momentum when going down hills and take a long time to slow down. But I'll quickly test this this hill if I can find rolling stock. Oh. And you can test the outer slope as well. So it goes quite a way. It doesn't quite make it up the other way. Oh, that's enough of that. Oh! Am I a fan of Ernie and Bert? You mean from Sesame Street? Or do you just mean Underground Ernie and Bert the Alsdale engine? I mean, I quite like Ernie and Bert from Sesame Street. It's been a long time since I watched Sesame Street, but I seem to remember finding their segments quite entertaining back when I watched it as a kid. Right, let's find a way to do a shed. I think there are some shed pieces here. Let's see if actually maybe the one with the holes will look better. Just fine tune it with the gizmo. There'll be enough clearance around the curve. Do you mean this clearance here? Oh, I mean this curve here. I can check. We put an engine on the line and see what happens. The other way. Let's have a look. Well, for this engine at least, there seems to be. I mean, it's cutting it fine. What do you mean apply? Actually, I'll probably want to move this. Maybe this one as well, if I can get to it. Ah. How can we... If I use that, and I'll be able to properly see. Yeah, I think I can get through. Just about. Sometimes I sound like duck when I say certain words. What words are they? I don't think my accent is particularly duck-like. Definitely not from that part of the country. I need walls, possibly just this. Thing is, if I do that, is this going to be long enough? No, but I could add another one. So if I... No. I mean, it's still sort of clipping, but it's not doing the whole texture bleeding thing, which is better than nothing. So, nothing. Also, why is it so askew? It's I'll remove that for a second and try and make this a bit more aligned. Hopefully that works. Is that any better? That's kind of the opposite extreme now. No. That. Kind of the same problem as before. I wish there was a way to kind of either snap scenery objects like this to the track, or like exactly perpendicular to the track, or just be able to type in the exact amount of degrees you want it to be rotated. Right, so it's sort of thinner on that side, so that's what I want to. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Is that going to be any better? No, that's... I mean... It's one of the best we've had so far. The only problem is that if I then want to add that, it's still going to be a bit skewed. So just to be sure, yeah, it's thinner on the left, or thinner on the right than the left. So want to move it. No, I want to move this ever so slightly. Just one increment would be fine. I think that's the best we're going to get. This needs to be rotated, I think. No. So it's not bleeding. I know that the special engine shed is one-sided rather than two-sided, but I mean, I could. Add this maybe, and then if I just remove that and then add this, and then remove them, and then get a slightly smaller track piece, maybe like that. No, that's too long. That's probably the best we're going to get. Yeah, that's not too bad. Whenever I say idea, I sound like Duck a little. Oh, is that because of the? Is that because of the linking R, which is kind of a thing with British accents but not American accents? So if I say the word idea and then I follow it up with a word beginning with a vowel, I'll say I'll use an R to link them together. That's like so. Whereas some might say, I have an idea and this is what it is. I might say, I have an idea and this is what it is. Right, so now this is going to be a bit difficult because I want the tunnel to, I want this line to have a tunnel, but not this line. So it might be a bit awkward. I might have to maybe use like the pre-sculpt. The thing is, the wooden railway tunnel just kind of looks like it's made of bricks and it has trees growing on it, rather than looking like it's going through, like through a hill or something like that. Let's try and figure this out. What number does Derek have in the AE? Because you don't think I said it in the video. Well, I would guess that because I think I made Salty D4, so I think Derek would probably be D5. But because Dennis and Norman carry their BR running numbers, even though they're technically Northwestern Railway owned. It's D5. Did I make Paxton D5? And Sydney was probably D6 then. Maybe Derek was D7. Also, before I go much further, I want to give the engine shed some windows. I'm going to need here windows. That looks like the right type of shape. Might have to give them 4 rather than 3. What do I think happened to Smudger and Stanley after they got turned into generators of pumping engines? Well, we know that Stanley got moved to the Casney Hole in mine and then got flooded, and it then got managed to flood it by malfunctioning or something. Maybe he just got completely submerged in the flood. So I need to figure out how to do this tunnel. So can't it be going to not be single track? And that's the single track version. Actually, this shape is probably closer, isn't it? I think they might be the wrong way around. I can't. I can't paint both sides. Just paint more than once to apply tones to himself. Or am I? Oh, hang on. Let's get no. Options. Oh, you can do bridge railing here. I didn't know that. Swap normal for tall. In order for it to not look like crap next to the entrances. But now, I guess I've just got to sort of do something like this. Stanley was on the surface, looking at Audrey's layout. It wouldn't make much sense to put a pump deep inside the mine anyway. No, I'm not sure though. Maybe, I mean, most likely he just got scrapped. But can't say I'm an expert on such things. That's a bit annoying, because I just got to do this. I just have to make do with the texture bleeding. You're gonna do the honourable thing and be on this side. Is this not? This is a bit scuffed, but I think it's the only way I can get the tunnel to look like how it does on the layout and not interfere with the rest of the track. Come on, please. No. That is extremely inconvenient, actually. Because now it means I've just got to do this. And well, I'll paint that into a more beigey, sort of stony colour, like the toy. Is that the right sort of colour? Or maybe something more like this. Oops. Well, it wasn't intended. No, I just don't want it to look completely like that. When the time comes, I can decorate this with, like, add some trees and stuff. So I need to somehow make a windmill, even though there isn't. I don't have a windmill in the game. Oh, did Christopher Audrey confirm Stanley's remains was still there? Was that wasn't yesterday, was it? I watched the live stream, but I wasn't there in person. It's next to this siding. From the law drop, the one with Aubrey and the pannier tank. Oh, I must have forgotten about that. Had to make it as a bit of, like, framing or bracing or something. Yeah. There. Maybe not then. Is there like a semicircle? There's that, but I don't think that's going to be thick enough unless I just add a bunch of them, which maybe I'll be able to do. I thought you had it right first, but obviously not. Probably too rural to bother with the cost of moving him. Yeah, probably. Please. Please, you must do this. Oh. Please. No. course it goes too far. Paint all them a sort of reddish colour. Away. I've got to try and add the sails, which might end up looking a bit janky. We shall see. You just wonder where I drew 98462 in that one video. What was his basis? Well, it's I based it on a I think I showed a picture of it in the video, but it was a proposed it was a proposed 462 by John Robinson of the Great Central Railway. To be sort of offset. That, and then that. Almost looks like a windmill already, is what I say when I'm lying. Although it is looking, it sounds a little bit short, to be honest. So I might remove that one and resize this one. I think that's better. Them sort of closer together a bit. I'm meant to be slightly off it. I wonder if that's a bit too offset. Oh. Oh, and it looks a bit like a windmill. That's a cool windmill. Oh, thank you very much. So is that all of the... oh no, I still need to add a station. A station between these two lines here. It shouldn't be too difficult, hopefully. That's not what's going on. Here's the stations. Might do is so maybe I can afford to make it slightly bigger. I don't want to go overboard with the size. Ideally, I want it so that both platforms can be together, although it's looking annoyingly like I'm going to have to put something in the middle here, which didn't be done. It's not looking promising. I'll just have to go back to the shapes and find something. Or just clone it again and accept that there'll be texture bleeding. Which, frankly, I think is what I'm going to have to do. Maybe with a building here, it won't look quite as obvious. How does this look? It's not too bad, although it's maybe a bit continental looking. Are there any other stations? No. Is this any better? I think that might look slightly closer to the slightly closer to the toy actually. So I do the Chinese Dragon Boulder and the jet engine in the Railway Series style. Now it might be something I could do. I'm sure there's probably some people who want to see something like that. So I'm definitely not going to say I definitely won't do it. So with that, I think I can start well, just sort of prettying it up. I could be super accurate to the original layout and only use the trees and signs and stuff that are present in the original layout, but I think what I'll probably do is I'll probably just add trees wherever, just where I think they might look nice. I'm going to multi-plane and then pick maybe a darker green, and then maybe have a red there instead of orange, and maybe it's worth having the trunk maybe a slightly richer brown. use a darker green for these shrubs as well, and probably add some more. Probably add some more shrubs to go with them. This layout's going to be great. Well, that's the idea. I think Railway Series Tidmouth sheds have a big bend like bell. I'm not familiar with British engine sheds having those types of bells in them, like the belfry and stuff like that. Possibly they do exist. And where are the green trees in now? The Brenner era feels weirdly nostalgic. Now, I suppose it has been, well, 13 years since the Brenner era began. So, there's definitely been time for it to, well, for people to get nostalgic for it. I guess there was also just the fact that even if the Brenner era wasn't perfect, it kind of brought a lot of fans together because it was new content consistently being released for the Thomas franchise, and it was a considerable improvement over what came before. Thomas Mini's iPad game also feels nostalgic. I never played any of the iPads or iOS or Android Thomas games, I'll be honest. I'm sure they mean a lot to a lot of people. Found this post Rapido made on their Blue Sky account, and you found that Peckett 04 OST I used for Sydney. Oh yeah, the like Jurassic or whatever it was called. Well, I don't think there are probably other engines in the same class with of that design. I think there exists an example of the class in preservation called Jurassic. How would I interpret some of the All Engines Go original characters like Kana, Sandy, and Bruno? Well, it's I don't want to give too much away. Not that I've set anything in stone quite yet, because obviously I want it to be a surprise when that video eventually gets made. I will say that the book that's going to be released later this year about Wilbert and George's trip to Canada might come in handy for my take on Bruno, but we shall have to see. think I could probably afford to add maybe a bit of height variation around the edges, just so it's not entirely flat, say for the elevated sections of the track. Rampus in Tugs has a weird design with big cartoonish eyes. He's a little bit strange compared to the other character designs in the show. It feels surreal that season 17 is 13 years old and season 21 will turn 10 years old next year. Feels like the season's aired not long ago. Yeah. Yeah, because we haven't had too much since, because not a lot of people like Big World, Big Adventures, and all engines go. I mean, from what I've heard, not really seen all engines go, but from what I've heard, it's probably objectively better than Big World, but it's kind of doesn't appeal to me a lot. Now, from what we've heard of the upcoming reboot, it seems like it'll be quite interesting. I think the engines versus trucks conflict will be. It's good that they're going for something different rather than just rehashing steam engines versus diesels again. I'll add some maybe some fence to break up the bushes. Steamies versus Diesels is weighted in the DVD. Remember, in the Thomas game, Spencer is included as part of the Diesels, even though he's a steam engine. Maybe because he's an antagonist. Possibly. I think it's probably just a mistake on the part of whoever was putting the DVD together. Maybe they just saw the streamlined appearance of Spencer and thought it was like a high-speed train or something. But don't quote me on that. I feel I should add something here at some point once I've sort of decorated the sides of the track. How's my evening? It's been going all right. I'm doing for time. It's not even 10 o'clock where I am, and gone quite a way towards making this route look not too bad. Yeah, it's a lot quicker than the last route I did in Rolling Line. Only someone made a crappy rewrite of Here Are the Rails by having Diesel 10 take Spencer's role. Yeah, I feel feels a bit too I don't know if generic is the right word, having Diesel 10 as the bad guy. But I think having Spencer in the antagonist role just kind of makes things interesting. Shows that steam engines can be not all steam engines are necessarily good guys. What if Mrs. Kindly had a rude doppelganger named Mrs. Rudely? I can't imagine she'd get on very well with the engines. If I remember right, we discovered in the last Rolling Line stream that I don't have any gate assets. So rather than have a gate, I'll probably just have an opening where a gate should be. I make my own Island Sodor map. If I am, what does the map include? Well, this isn't an Island Sodor map. This is just a 100-piece set from Wooden Railway. But I mean, maybe it is worth adding or making an Island of Sodor route in Rolling Line at some point. Because I know that there's a few. I think there's a Scarlowy Railway route. Most of the Thomas themed routes in Rolling Line, I think, are primarily sort of like dioramas with like one station. There's some red trees on this route, aren't there? on the original layout. So maybe I could make some of these trees red. More shrubs than a tree. Let's get an actual tree. That'll be a fine thing. There's some good ones. And make it red. No. Red trees? What is this? Is this nonsense land where the trees are red and the grass is blue? I don't believe it. I'm going to draw the faces of my characters as reference if someone want to make trains models of them. Perhaps. I know some people have made models of my characters, which is it's always nice to see. It's always, again, I've said this before, but it's always nice to see that people like those characters enough to want to do things with them. Flat irons look like elongated J50s. I mean, a little bit. Obviously, the flat irons tanks are flat, as the name implies, whereas the J50s slope at the front. And I think Audrey's version of Thomas, or vision of Thomas, was a freelance designer of J50. I imagine it was a freelance design. I know, I mentioned this before, Jago Hazard did a video about Thomas, suggesting that maybe Audrey's influence was the buck jumpers, the Great Eastern Railway fame, since a lot of the events, or a lot of the incidents that Thomas's first set of stories are based on came from, or like where originally took place on the Great Eastern Railway with like buck jumpers and similar engines. But I imagine, I think Audrey was just came up with a design that looked a bit like a British tank engine, and probably the materials he had to work with and the limitations probably had some say on the design as well. Looking good so far, the layout. Oh, thank you very much. Going back to the sloping side tanks of the J50, my dad, who's like not the biggest lover of trains, but he sort of supports my interest in trains, I suppose. I know he always associated sloping side tanks with prairie tanks, and he also I know, well, some of the Great Western Prairie tanks did have sloping tanks, but I think he got confused. I think he would often confuse the prairie tanks with the S100 tanks, because I think in his mind they were called prairie tanks because they came from the US, whereas in actuality, I think the name prairie to mean 262 I think basically just refers to the original railway or railroad where they were either first introduced or first popularized. I'm sure someone in the chat will have a definitive answer. Duncan and the Grumpy Passenger is a funny episode. Yeah, I remember quite enjoying that episode. I think the message is good, is that some people just are grumpy, and there's nothing you can do to nothing you can really do to make them happier. I think there's a value in learning that sometimes there's just no pleasing some people. Like when I play a bumpy ride and the passengers complain that I'm driving too roughly, it's just because they're grumpy. They lack joy and whimsy, which I think I said in the actual stream. I think one complaint I had with Duncan in the CGI series, and not I know people have talked to death about his design in the CGI series not looking quite right, but I remember thinking that Duncan in the CGI series didn't sound Scottish enough. Like it seemed pretty clear that the person voicing Duncan was just putting on a Scottish accent, which I guess is true for all his English voice actors. But I guess narrators rather than voice actors. You know what I mean? But I feel like with Michelangelis, it was maybe slightly more convincing, or maybe I was just letting Michelangelis off the hook because he obviously had to voice everyone because he was the narrator or the storyteller. In my opinion, what's the worst episode in the Brenner era? I mean, I didn't like Steamy Stafford. I didn't particularly like Flatbed Sophia, although I think I think I've sort of warmed to it a little bit. But I didn't care for Henry Spot's Trouble, and I thought the Three Steam Engines Gruff was quite disappointing, because it was like the first time in ages we'd had a Thomas, Percy and Toby episode, and it was just tripe. It was just Thomas, Percy and Toby scared to cross a bridge. And again, I don't know necessarily why some episodes in the Brenner era felt more like Nitrogen era episodes. I don't know whether they were just leftover scripts or whether they were just rushed to meet. They just had to be rushed out the door to meet a deadline. They didn't have time to write something better. I believe it's true. There's a class of 262 steam engine that worked at the Prairies, which is where the name Prairie comes from. Oh, the first ever class of 262. Yeah, that tracks. And 3 tank engines gruff, or 3 steam engines gruff, is just a weird adaptation of the 3 billy goats gruff. Yeah, pretty much. Although 3 steam engines gruff didn't even have a troll, which is a bit of a shame. It still reminds me of back when I made Thomas and the Scary Diesel, if anyone remembers that video. I just remember someone posting a comment saying like, "This defies the laws of physics," and I don't know if I was in a bad mood that day or something, but I just replied to him with, "Excuse me, do you live underneath a bridge and refuse to let billy goats cross it?" Because I was trying to say he was a troll, but it was probably a bit unfair. One other time I remember I wrote an unhelpful comment was when I released a video about a old Trains Thomas model that I don't think exists anymore, but it had like an 8-bit rendition of the Thomas theme that I'd put together, and someone asked what the music was, and I just replied with the Thomas theme, which again not very helpful. Probably also put some shrubs down by where the tunnel is. I think there are shrubs there. And, make them the right colour. Yeah, it's coming along quite well. I literally had Toby afraid of Knapford and didn't know how signals work. Yeah, to some extent, that feels more in character for Toby because he's more used to, I guess, working on rural branch lines and stuff. It would have been a good flashback episode, kind of like the old bridge. It would have worked better as like a flashback when Toby was younger or something, or like when he first arrived on Sodor, maybe. You'll just take along Murdoch kind of looked like an LMS-8F with smoke deflectors. Yeah, sort of. Well, they made him a 280. Even though on the, I'm pretty sure on his character card, they still said Murdoch has 10 drive wheels. Then they gave him 8. And I guess it was even, I remember it was even worse for Wooden Railway. Not that I had the Wooden Railway Murdoch growing up, because I either never saw him or just never wanted him. I can't remember which. But I remember seeing in the catalogues, I think the Early Learning Centre catalogue had descriptions for some of the characters, and they said Mighty Murdoch has 10 drive wheels, and then I looked at the picture and it's like, how come he's only got 8 wheels? Which is a good question. Let me make some of these red. I'm not sure if I want any of them to be red. So I think the trees look alright in red. I think with most of the other bushes being, or hedgerow being a uniform colour, I think the red tends to stick out a bit more, like it's being highlighted or something. The layout looks a lot better with plantation, yeah. It does sort of sort of elevate the layout, I think. Actually, I don't want shrubs covering up the windmill, do I? I might add a something like that instead. I wonder, should I maybe lower the terrain around here and maybe add a small pond or lake? I don't know. I might quickly check to see. I don't think rolling line has dynamic water. Let's have a look. I like to realistic and easy water. And starting flat terrain pieces. And then use so if I this is sort of what I'm after. Oops. I want it to be too big. To be it's looking better, I think. Obviously it needs to be, what was that? Okay. It's these now, right? Actually, can I yeah, alpha. So can I oh that looks like proper water. Might add like some tufts of grass or like reeds if they have reeds. I'm not sure if they do have reeds. But you would have reworked Hank into a USA S160, Sam to be an 8F and Samson to be an Austerity 280 or 210, and just have them be the wartime trio. That would be a good way of, I guess, working them into the series. Well, to me, I wanted Hank to still be a K4, but I couldn't have him work on Sodor if I did. So I had to figure out another way of incorporating him into the series. And I think I managed it. Ugh. Come on, Matt. Wonder. Isn't like anything. There's a tree with a tire swing. That's more. I'm trying to remember if there's like playground equipment in the game or not. I want to say there is, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Maybe not. Seems I could have sworn there was, but I ain't seeing a lot of it. I could have like a picnic area or something. I think there are parasols I can add. Ugh. So, center this. And the Simpsons, Itchy and Scratchy, it's Tom and Jerry, but it's sadistic. The mouse is constantly torturing the poor cat. Yeah, I remember as a kid, I always used to like seeing the Itchy and Scratchy segments in the Simpsons, even if they were a lot more brutal than what you'd find in Tom and Jerry. I might stream more of a bumpy ride. Depends if there's enough content in the game to justify streaming more of it. So I might maybe stream timetable mode in Wonders of Sodor, but I don't know for certain. It might be boring, but we'll see. You like variants of Little Red Riding Hood where the wolf is actually misunderstood and is trying to help her, but Little Red is very suspicious. Yeah, I'm not sure if I've seen or heard of those particular versions. I'm sure they exist. I'm sure they are well, better than a lot of versions of the story. I remember watching Hoodwinked back when that came out, which It was one of those films which has decent writing, even if the animation is maybe a bit on the janky side. But weirdly, as a kid, I never really noticed how strange the animation was, which is odd because by that point I'd seen stuff like Shrek 2 and The Incredibles and stuff like that, which have actually good animation. And maybe I guess I lowered my expectations because it wasn't from like a major company or major animation company. But still. Let's look at Scary Godmothers. Yeah, I've heard of Scary Godmother. I can't remember if I've ever watched it. Apparently it aired a lot on Cartoon Network during Halloween, so I probably have encountered it at some point. Had encountered it at some point back in the day, but I don't remember much about it. I ever watched the original Shrek movie? Yeah, I've watched all 4 Shrek movies. I think some of the shorter content. I'm not sure if I watched all of that. Like, I'm not sure if I watched like Shrek the Halls and Scared Shrekless. So I think I do have DVDs of them because I remember. I think our local school got donated a bunch of DVDs or something, and we basically picked out the ones we wanted. There's a lot of DreamWorks and a lot of Aardman in the collection. Also, a bunch of Barbie movies that we didn't bother with. I'm not sure if I ever actually got around to watching Scared Shrekless or Shrek the Halls, but the films, the first 4 Shrek films, I have a lot of fondness for. Well, I have a fondness for Shrek 1 and Shrek 2. Shrek the Third's a bit crap, and Shrek Forever After's all right. I don't think that's a particularly hot take. I think that is pretty much the general consensus. But yeah, I do like those films. I have a lot of fondness for those films. They're probably some of my favourite films, in fact. So I remember when me and my brother were younger, we had a portable DVD player for long car journeys, and Shrek 2 was a mainstay of the DVD player. You've only seen Shrek 2 despite having both DVDs. You should sit down and watch maybe. Yeah, you should definitely check out the first Shrek film if you haven't seen it. And how does barely anyone talk about how on random occasions Dolby gave Thomas a flat running board? Yeah, it is strange. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it was Dolby trying to appease Audrey, not realising that since Thomas has already been drawn with a sloped running board, then maybe it doesn't really make much sense to just randomly give him a flat one unless unless it's explained. What else should I add? Add like a little, maybe a small cafe building for the picnic area. Usual stations, aren't they? I think. Maybe this could work as a cafe building. I don't know. I'll see what else there is. No, they're not going to work. No. Nope. I don't think so. Maybe this. And if I make it a bit smaller. No, maybe not that small, but something like that. And add a front window. And some windows on the side, obviously. If I lower that down so I've got room for a sign. And maybe like a door or a window on the side. I'm sure any of them would work. I know there is like a door section here, isn't there? Let me put it anywhere? Perhaps not. Where did it go? It was there. Why is it there? I want to put it here. No, it keeps wanting to attach itself to the windmill. I don't know why. No, doesn't appear to be working. Oh, not you. Right, well, it's just not attached to the windmill anymore. I think that certain colour maybe. So it scares me I don't need the thingies, do I? I can just let's change it here. Maybe make it yellow. Then oh, to exit that, and then So here are some letters, and there's some numbers. Yeah. Hopefully it's easy enough to attach these to the sign. How's the weather in the UK? Very hot at the moment. In the middle of quite a severe heat wave. I've got my fan running. I just selected an N on an E. Oh, and I'll change the colour now. Oh. See what else I could add, if anything. Maybe just a bit of clutter here and there around the yards and stuff. I'll probably paint the floor as well. Various colours, so it's not just solid green. In Chicago area, it's cool and rainy now. Next week's going to be triple digits. Well, hang in there. Hopefully that's triple digits in Fahrenheit and not Celsius, because then that would be lethal. I'll debut 30,017 wooden railway versions of the characters with smaller faces, since it more aligns with the smokebox store. Yeah, I suppose. Will I make other Thomas Wooden Railway layouts like this? Well, I was considering doing the lift and load set, because I know there's like loading functionality in Rolling Line. I could do that in another stream. Yeah, someone wanted the 100-piece set, so I went with that. Like grass in between the rails. $80 degrees Fahrenheit is like what, 40 degrees Celsius? Probably something like that. I can quickly check. 80 Fahrenheit is 26 degrees Celsius, which is roughly what it is here at the moment. Again, sometimes British temperatures or British summer temperatures might seem mild, but the humidity is pretty egregious in the UK, and plus AC units aren't as common over here. They're a thing in like shopping centres and like public places and stuff, but in just somebody's house you're not as likely to come across AC. Because normally normally it's not this warm, but certainly in recent years it has started to get pretty bad. Already ready for winter. Pretty much. It can't come soon enough. I'm one of those people who like spring and autumn the best. I guess late spring is maybe slightly marred by the fact that it's hay fever season. Um, and also the fact that we were getting heat waves in May this year. So potentially we might get to a point where winter is the only tolerable season. But yeah, I like spring and autumn because I find summer to be too hot a lot of the time and winter to be too cold and too dark. I like it when it's a bit brighter and sunnier out. Sometimes the wooden railway sets have random characters. So for example, the Rusty and the Boulder set has Oliver. Yeah, that's a bit strange. And the lift and load set, which I was talking about earlier, has Catherine for some reason. And there was some set. I think there were multiple sets actually that included Mike. Even though all the other characters were standard gauge. I want to say there was a version of like, Percy and Harold set that had Mike in it, which is a bit strange. I guess they probably made too many Mike toys, and then they were like, "Oh, hang on, no one's buying this. We need to we'll shove him in some sets, then maybe he'll sell." Remember when I made covers of Thomas songs years ago? Happy that I've made my mark with my newer series. Well, that's good. Oh yeah, I'm glad you think so. Yeah, I remember when I made music. Currently, I don't have a DAW or a digital audio workstation installed on my current computer. I'm sure because I legitimately bought Mixcraft 10, I'm sure I can. I'm sure I can install it on this computer as well. Um, um, what was I going to say? Yeah, at some point I would like to make more music. I was considering doing a cover of the Underground Ernie theme in the Thomas style for the video, but I sort of ran out of time. Well, that doesn't mean that I won't make it in the future. And in Poland, the temperature will hit 40 degrees. That's pretty warm, shall we say. I don't know if the humidity levels are as bad in Poland as the UK. Might add some more rocks here and there. I remember Max Headroom. Well, I've heard of Max Headroom. Although, to be honest, I'm mostly familiar with Max Headroom due to that broadcast hijack from back in the day. Not that I experienced it firsthand, but I've watched a lot of videos about it. It's quite a fascinating topic, I think. And there's sort of various stories about who exactly the guy who featured in the broadcast hijack actually was. I don't think anything's been confirmed. Current European climate becoming like that meme with the dog saying "this is fine" while surrounded by fire. Pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, you got to feel for the people who run saunas because, frankly, if you live in a house with no AC, like most people in the UK, including me, then you don't need a sauna because your house basically is one. The actual Max Headroom series is pretty fascinating. Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of vaguely familiar with its existence. Um, wasn't I can't remember. But was Max Headroom originally a British creation, but then it got more popular in America or something? I can't remember exactly how it went. I was not alive during the time of Max Headroom's prime. I watched the Chris Audrey live stream last night. Yeah, I did. There's some interesting stuff, and it was nice to see Chris Audrey with Mike O'Donnell, Mark Morahan, and Clive Spong as well. Some interesting facts got shared. It looked like everyone was having a good time. I'm going to draw the main characters in their original livery, like Thomas in London, Brighton, and South Coast Railway black, and Edward in Vanessa Railway red, and all that. I might do at some point. Again, it's whether people want to see. If I could do like a Thodor Origins type, or like Origins for the Thomas characters. Yeah, Coast Audrey reveals the Reverend Audrey went to Canada. Yeah, I think we did know a bit about that because I think Click Clack Track did a video on Reverend Audrey's trip to Canada. Although I'm sure the upcoming book will cover the journey much more in depth, I think. what's this thing about Lionel saw an episode or something and then barred the creators from buying anymore, so they had to reuse the same shot from different angles as Lionel's felt it made the product look bad and it worried others. What was this? What was the original? Oh, it was the Addams Family and Gomez Addams blowing up toy trains. Oh, yeah, I never watched the original Addams Family. In fact, somehow I never even watched the 90s cartoon, even though I'm pretty sure it would have aired on either Cartoon Network or Boomerang or both when I was growing up. But somehow I managed to never watch it. I don't know if that version is any good. It might be time to start painting. How does that look? Probably use a mixture of different shades. Like I said, I never, somehow never watched any version of the Addams Family. I don't know if it's worth watching necessarily. Sure it probably is. There's loads of different versions of it, so there must be one that's worth my time in one way or another. The promotional characters Logan will be the easiest to adapt to the Rower series, just having Shunt at the coal mine like his basis in real life. Well, yeah, because they discovered coal on Sodor recently, didn't they? So that's a possibility for the future. You still find Stephen Ling's illustrations to be fascinating but weird due to the faces. Yeah, I'd probably say they're my least favourite Railway series illustrations. Maybe if Stephen Ling's hadn't been instructed to replicate Clive's Bong style, it would have ended up looking better. Who knows? Never seen anything from the Addams Family brand either. No, I think the closest I've come was number 13, which was a comic strip from the Beano, because we always got to mention the Beano in these streams. Which was a show that was sort of loosely inspired by the Addams Family and the Munsters, if anyone remembers that. I want to say I have watched an episode of that, although I couldn't tell you what happens in any episode. Interesting that Mattel touted Vinny in the Great Racist American Engine as if he was from the USA, but he's actually from Canada. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I wasn't sure if Vinny's basis was used in both Canada and the USA. Possibly, he was only his class was only operated in Canada. I don't know. It was maybe a bit strange. Maybe they thought they had enough American engines in the show already. I don't think it'll be too long before we can start running trains. So now 11. Yeah, this has been fairly quick, to be honest. Which, I'm not going to complain about. I don't know whether this will be a shorter stream tonight or whether we'll find something else to do. I think I think probably it's going to be maybe a fairly short stream, like the shunting challenges. Am I going to do the video about the characters I mentioned in my videos, like the Diesel that works with Barry and Flora's sibling? I could do. I mean, I think Flora's sibling would look very similar to Flora, if I'm being honest. Maybe I could find a way to set her apart. I'd use that and then maybe use a different colour for the turntable. Well, is this going to work? I mean, I could always patch some of this up with more shrubs or something. Oops. Lower these down a bit so they look more like shrubs and less like green rocks. Coming along nicely. Oh, glad you think so. Well, it's managed to be a fairly quick build, all things considered. Yeah, I might press the apply changes button, which if I need to change anything, I can always re-enable editing. I think we can have a go at running some trains. I can't remember what engines are in this set. There's Thomas, James, Mavis, a troublesome truck. Is there anything else? I think that's everything in terms of engines and rolling stock. We'll give each engine a train, so they're not just running around doing nothing. And let's put James somewhere. Put him on the inside line. He could have a troublesome truck. Oh, no, that's not how you spell it. And, it's a brake van as well. And Mavis. I think I've got Mavis. Yeah. She can be in the shed for now. Maybe she can have like a truck as well. That was awesome. Great job. Oh, I'm glad you think so. Right, well, before I run some trains, I'm going to go for a very quick toilet break. So I will see you in a hot minute. Oh, that's me back. And now we can return to the game at hand. So let's get both engines going. We'll get both Thomas and James going. Uh-oh. Well, that may have been a mistake. Because now Thomas has knocked James and his train off the track. Luckily, James is slightly faster than Thomas. So he has managed to survive for now. Even if he doesn't have his tender. Since the engines don't have faces, you assume that the troublesome truck is just a day out with Thomas one. Quite possibly. How long will it take before James catches back up with Thomas, I wonder? You go into this mode and view the line as a model bystander, like Bernard Cribbins in that one Hornby advert. Not even 5 seconds and there's already an accident. Yeah, that's just what happens when I play this game. I'm going to blame James because he always seems to be getting into trouble. It might be that I think he's catching up. Let's see what happens. Oh. It's not long now, I don't think. Oh, there we are. Oh. Yeah, that's Thomas out of commission. I will put him back on the track now. Put them on this line, or maybe the other way actually. And Annie and Claravel are somewhere. I think one of them might be in the tunnel. I can't see it. It's not on the floor. Where are they? There's one. There's Clarabelle. Just need to find Annie. That's not down here. I'm not sure where it is. No, I thought that she came off the track in the tunnel, but I don't see her in the tunnel. No, I just need to get a new one. And one thing I discovered is rolling line is that if I go back into gameplay options and train speed and control options and enable super speed, you're not ready for this. Well, you might be, but if I do that and then Make sure the points are set right. And clear some of this stuff off the track. Maybe put James in a siding somewhere. I don't know what happened there. Objected. Yeah, if I now enable this, that's just one increment on the controller, and he's already going at 60 miles an hour. Let's increase it. It's going even faster now. And he went to the back rooms. Yeah, quite possibly. But now, if I set the speed as fast as it can go, look at the smoke. Let's go back to being a bystander. And yeah, this is what's happening. I blow the whistle. I don't know if you can hear that. There it is. The Doppler effect's going crazy. Smokey Joe is very afraid right now. Yeah, pretty much. In fact, let's see what will happen if I put James back on the line. I might have to put him... Maybe put him here. And get his tender. I think he will... considering I'm going to put him to top speed, he'll probably lose his tender quite quickly. Let's see. Yeah, he's already lost his tender. And now Thomas and James are racing to the wharf. A bit differently to the usual. Well, James going over 2,000 miles an hour. I wonder what happens when he catches up with Thomas, if he ever does. This should be interesting. Go speed, Thomas, go. Do I have super speed turned on? Yeah. I only discovered it recently, and it's I got very excited when I discovered it, because it can make trains go pretty crazy. Are they going to catch up with each other? I'm sure they will, but it's I'm not sure when. Mavis is just watching in the sheds, thinking, perhaps feeling quite glad that she's in the safety of the shed right now. I think Underground Ernie would eventually introduce London Underground steam locomotives. Perhaps if they'd kept going. And it's to be honest, it's a shame they didn't. I understand the animation company that produced Underground Ernie fell out with the creators for whatever reason. But it's a shame there weren't more seasons of Underground Ernie, because as the show would have gone on, the animation would have got better. We probably perhaps told more interesting stories and introduced more characters, and possibly they would have introduced some steam engines, or maybe a steam engine. Now, I'm not sure if they are getting any closer together, to be honest. Maybe if I set one to go down a different line. Oh, something's happened. I think that was just James's tender that he crashed into. I think James is gaining on Thomas now. I'll get you, you blue puffball. I like my lunch steamed. Ha ha! Surprised Jago Hazard never did a video on Underground Ernie. He's the #1 Underground fan on YouTube. Yeah, he does a lot of videos about trains in London. It'd be nice if he did a video about Underground Ernie. But who needs the jet engine when you have super speed? That is very true. If I... well, I'm not sure if I'll be able to catch Thomas with the controller. Oh, yeah. And I slow Thomas down slightly. Let's see what happens. Because they've got to catch up now. James isn't very convincing as Diesel 10, to be honest. This is why Edward got that role instead. Oh, is that why Edward wasn't in Thomas and the Magic Railroad? Because he was playing the role of Diesel 10. What if I slow him down a bit more? They are getting closer. I do like how the steam is just two identical shapes that don't change their shape at all. I think they are getting a bit closer. Maybe I should slow Thomas down even more. No, I'm still there we are. Now I'm in control of James again. James will crash and Thomas will not, because the engine being driven by the player becomes stronger in the case of crash. That's true, but I quickly changed it so that now I'm controlling James. So possibly James will become the winner. I'm surprised James still hasn't caught up with Thomas, even though he is going much faster than him. Although I think actually it's because I think Thomas is still going at his top speed, because the super speed mode is kind of glitchy, and so if an engine has been going fast for a while and you try and slow it down, it won't slow down, at least not in a conventional manner. I'm still struggling to select Thomas with the controller. I've got him. Because so if I oh, there we are. You'll notice that if I try and make him go backwards, he'll just run on the spot until he gets to his top speed, and then he just whizzes away. Maybe we should give Mavis a run. Hang on. Didn't go the way I expected. You're still running on the spot somewhere. Where is he? Just running on the spot. I don't know if he'll I think he might be stuck. I'm not entirely sure. I can try backwards. Oh, there we are. Oh, where's he gone? I think he's. Oh wait, was that in there? Yeah, he crashed so badly he went into the wall. Well, maybe this is a bit slower than the other two, so maybe she won't be won't go quite as crazy. But we should see. Oh, he's going fast enough to knock the truck off the rails. Can I? Oops. Oh. There we are. And continue on her way, and I'll set the turntable to go the right way. There we are. No, that's a bit faster. Oh, she's lost her truck. What's going to happen now, I wonder? Oh well. In fact, let's see if I can. That's the wrong button. No, I'm not sure if. I suppose I could get into Thomas's cab and. Oops. Oh, I'm sorry, Mavis, but your time has come and gone, and quickly change the turntable back. There, and let's see what it looks like when we go stupidly fast from a driver's eye view. Has anyone tried making episodal clip remakes in Rolling Line before? I think I saw someone do like a make a Thomas video in Rolling Line where he's like causes some sort of environmental disaster, but that was quite a while back. The thing is, I think Rolling Line is versatile enough that I think you very easily could remake episodes and make your own episodes in the software. What happens if I use that? And set Mavis off. How long will it take for Thomas to catch up with her? This is going to be like last time. Oh, did you, Mr. Sodor V2, did you do some Rolling Line Thomas remakes or episodes? you think Thomas and Friends is Mattel's property permanently, since they're making the reboot and Hasbro buying Thomas and Friends is never going to be a thing? You know, you'd hope not, because I think the only way, I think at this point the only way Hasbro is going to become the owner of Thomas is if Mattel and Hasbro merge, and I think that would be pretty bad for like for the toy industry, because one of the things that allows toys to be so good is the fact that different companies are competing with one another to make stuff that kids will want the most, and a Mattel and Hasbro merger is just going to cause a monopoly, which de-incentivizes like competition and stuff. Well, not just de-incentivizes competition, it removes competition. Now, speaking of competition, I think that's again a reason why I think another like train franchise or talking train franchise ought to be a thing in this day and age. Because if Thomas had something like, I guess there's Chuggington, but I don't even know if Chuggington is still going, but it seems to be a very sort of niche thing, and I guess content with its nicheness, I guess. But something that could go toe to toe with Thomas, like I said in the Mighty Express video, can create like at worst it can just be a new train franchise, but at best it could incentivize Thomas to be better. I think the reboot, there's some promising things going on with the reboot. I do think it's strange that we've not seen anything, not seen any video footage of the reboot, or any official word about what the reboot's about, other than that one clip. But yeah, you'd happily welcome another engine toppling Thomas's crown at this point. Yeah, I said before in older stream or earlier streams that at some point I might I think one thing I'd quite like to do is create like a graphic novel about maybe involving talking trains that could maybe get people interested in trains that weren't interested before. I've just got to figure out, well, I've got to figure out a story. So it's all well and good saying you've got an idea for a graphic novel if you don't have a story. Yeah, I was thinking maybe the possibility of well, I know there's the whole thing about the trains are slaves. They don't have freedom. They just they just work and that's it. And maybe a franchise entirely separate from Thomas could explore the idea of like what it truly means for an engine to be free. That's just an idea, like I'm spitballing. Something Ryan Sock said on Twitter stuck with you, which is the fact that we should uncouple the word franchise from talking about things we actually like about Thomas. Yeah, that's true. I guess series is maybe a better term. I don't know. I mean, there's I guess brand as well. That feels a bit corporate speak. We just joined. What's going on? Well, we've finished building the route, and we're currently experimenting with the super speed mode that Rolling Line has. Currently, I'm trying to see if Thomas can catch up with Mavis, because Mavis is considerably slower, but it doesn't look like there's any catching up going on. It seems like they're both going the same speed. I might have to put an end to things by turning around on the turntable. Oh dear. Well, Thomas has ended up here, a long way away from the layout, and Mavis is over there. Yeah, maybe we should go back to normal speeds for a while. Maybe we could have I mean, maybe we could have like a double header or something. Have Thomas and Mavis pull a bunch of trucks together. I don't know, have Thomas and Mavis ever double-headed at Strasbourg? Just get another brake van. So I think I deleted the other one. Model series editors of Ivo here often feel as Freddy recoloured. Yeah, that's true. I guess you've got to work with what you've got. I'm trying to remember if in my head there's someone who did a model series edit of Freddy into Coldy. I could be wrong. Or maybe I got him mixed up with Ivo Hugh, because I know that Ivo Hugh is sometimes... You know, Ivo Hugh is sometimes depicted in purple, because it might have been what he'd have looked like if he ever got made into the TV series. You know, I don't think James's Tender is with us. Might give him a new one. You can watch the proceedings. Oh dear. That was... I didn't realise I hadn't switched the turntable. It's probably more accurately, I hadn't switched the points properly, because I probably ought to go this way. Ah. Someone did actually repaint Freddy into Coldy. Someone also did Mighty Mac in Har, made in purple, and then said it was Coldy. Oh yeah, I wanna say I remember that. Can I? Ah, there we are. That's better. Accident, hand of God. Yeah, pretty much. Or the cursor of God. You don't actually see any hands in the game. Speed up a little bit. Does anyone turn Freddy into Stanley? I'm not sure. There's both a narrow gauge pannier tanks. Yeah. It might work. Just had a nice swig of warm juice. It was ice cold when I brought it into this room, but the heat wave has taken its toll on it. Yeah, it'd be nice to have a sandwich or a ice cream on the picnic table, and just watch the trains go by. I'm going to say that the windmill sails aren't turning because it's a heat wave and there's no wind. The Flying Scotsman look young in the Railway series. In the CGI series, they tried to make him look handsome. Yeah, they sort of based it on Gordon's face, which I guess is true even in the Railway series. It's just that Gordon's face, at least in the Gunver and Peter Edwards illustrations, does look a bit different. Someone did make Trackmaster Freddy to make a Trackmaster Stanley custom. Yeah, I feel like I probably have seen that. Can we hitch a ride in the brake van, I wonder? Can I? Oh, no. Hitch a ride on top of the brake van. If I fall down here. Oh. Come back. Come back. Oh. I just want to ride inside. But no, apparently I can't. I've got to ride on top of it, or not at all. Although by Stephen Garcia 118, if anyone's curious. Oh, yeah, I think I've seen some of his Trackmaster customs. Can't remember if I saw Freddy or not. Freddy? Stanley, even. But made out of Freddy. Look at me, I'm Jesus, because I can walk on water. Get into James's cab and give him a little run. Now, change the points. Oops. Well, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, no. That's the wrong way. Let's try that again. So I'm going to be on the lookout a bit more. Oops. And now, hopefully, while no one's around, I can get onto the turntable and here maybe. And leave and try and switch the turntable back as quick as I can before a derailment occurs. There we are. And I forget whether the other two come down this way. I think they do, actually. So I'll wait for them to go past. Now I can continue down the line. There we are. I'm sure nothing bad will happen. I may have lied. I feel like an engine's nationality depends on where they're built rather than their engine's nationality. No, I'm not sure. I think it's... I'd say maybe depends more on where they've worked. It's hard to say. I mean, because... I mean, Nia was built in the UK, but I don't think anyone would... Nia was built in the UK, but I don't think anyone would try and claim that she's not Kenyan as a result of that. And the same goes for Victor, because he's a Baldwin design built in the US, but he was worked in Cuba originally. Let's have James pick up some trucks. Only a Neil. Wasn't intentional. I may have been a mishearing, but I definitely thought I said Nia, not Neil. Why was Stanley even named to Smudger in the first place? You understand not making him American, as the show already had a huge US viewer base by then. I mean, maybe it was because, well, Stanley was named after Stanley Baldwin, but considering Smudger is not a Baldwin design, the joke wouldn't have made any sense. So I guess they just decided to call him something else. I mean, Mavis just wants to go out for a quick stroll. What's going to happen, I wonder? Have I played any of the Five Nights at Smudger's games? I can't say I have. Now, I haven't played any of the Five Nights at Smudger's games or any of the Five Nights at Freddy's games. Oh, so that's where Neil was before 2025 on his Big World Adventures. Maybe that's it. Uh-oh. Oh dear, it looks like James has lost his train. But now Mavis can find out what it feels like to be a tender engine. give me back my tender. The OC Smoother, Smudger and Reyes' brother wears a mask. I can't say I'm familiar with him. Is he from Five Nights at Smudger's? Flying Scotsman's kind of a jerk to Gordon. He keeps calling Gordon little brother non-stop, which pisses off Gordon. And the Flying Scotsman was nicer in the Railway series. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. I guess it would have been nice to have a maybe CGI Flying Scotsman be a mixture of both, sort of antagonistic but also friendly to Gordon as well. Because we don't see a lot of that in the series. My tender. Oh, didn't get it to stop in time. Huh? Oh, you're gone too far. Why isn't it stopping here? I'm gonna go around like this. There we are. Oh, years ago I made a tweet about this. Well, I remember when I was a kid, I would, because Gordon is a passenger engine and hates pulling trucks. I always wondered if engines who normally pull trucks hated pulling coaches. So I'd be like playing with airsail trains and I'd couple Mavis up to the express coaches and I'd just have a complain about pulling coaches. It's like, ugh, coaches, I don't want to pull these. Mavis and Toby's real life basis did operate without their side plates. Yeah, sometimes, particularly like when working in like dockyards and stuff, where the side plates, I guess, weren't really needed. Henry hated coaches in the Wishing Tree episode. Yeah, well, this was before then, though. And it's weird because even in like the hit model series, we see Henry pulling coaches all the time. So it's a bit weird that they picked Henry as the engine who supposedly never pulls coaches, or like never pulls the express or whatever. Right. I mean, I guess it's hard to know which Steam Team engine would fit better with that episode. I mean, I guess it's a Henry episode because it links back to the forest, and his love of trees and stuff. Um, when it comes to like engines who uh, don't normally pull the express, I mean, I guess you got Edward, who probably could pull the express but doesn't pull it very often. But then I don't know if um, he'd wish to pull the express, or if he'd like use the wishing tree to wish to pull the express and then wish not to pull the express. Because I think Edward seems content with not pulling the express. I'm trying to think what kind of engine would work better with that plot. Because most engines that are capable of pulling express do sometimes pull the express. Oh, was Wishing Tree meant to be for Murdoch? I guess that makes a bit more sense. Do we have any like proper evidence of that? Is it one of those things where? Because I think there's a ongoing rumor that some of the stories from the D'Agostini magazine were originally supposed to be, or like sort of early versions of like early versions of stories from season 8. But again, I don't know if there's concrete proof of that or not. I just got rid of them because they those track pieces show up in the miniature mode, which isn't. In fact, there's still one there now. I just noticed. I was hiding behind this. Let's get rid of that. Oh. That's why you should never walk on the railway lines, kids. Because an engine might be coming straight towards you. There's rumour that Class 40 was meant to be in World's Strongest Engine instead of diesel. You think that's just talk? Yeah, is that not based on, or that rumour based on the adaptation by certain someone who I'm not sure if it's best to name, who did a lot of videos with, or sort of rewrites of the Ghislaine era episodes with Airtel trains. I think they did Bulgy Rides again as well. Is that where the Class 40 rumour originated? Because I don't remember hearing about that rumour beforehand, but I could be wrong. A Mavis jump scare, yeah, pretty much. I don't think I can ride in the coaches. I'm just going too fast anyway. Now, what happens if there ends up being a runaway brake van? I made it up the other side. but now he is dead. What if I do this? Oh. Well, that's Mavis's train gone. I can't imagine the passengers will be too pleased. Maybe if I are in here for now. And re-rail the coaches. And then maybe get James to pull the express instead. Might be a more fitting choice. Will I draw the Railway Series named coaches like the Scarlowy coaches and Little Western coaches? I could do. Again, I don't know if there's much demand for it. It's not that we haven't seen those characters in the books already. Maybe how they'd look in the TV series, maybe, because people have suggested that maybe I could do maybe like Owen Bell style illustrations of like the TV of like Railway Series engines if they were TV series characters. It's happened again. James is feeling a bit naked now. Let's give him his tender back. Make sure it's the right way round, that'll help. It's the other coach. Switch this in time? No, I can't. Luckily no one was hurt. Yeah, that's a good thing. Now I get its tender as well. Interesting that James has taken the green express coaches rather than the red ones. James, come back here with my coaches. Well, they're not yours, Gordon. They belong to everyone. No, they don't, James. They're mine. It was an honest mistake, Gordon. No, it wasn't. You did it on purpose. Sure, he'll catch up with James at some point. Oh, Henry says, no, they're mine because they're green. Remember Legends of the Hills and there's Roblox Thomas animations. They happen to have done not so good stuff. Yeah, I remember he got into hot water. Well, it's probably a bit of an understatement, but he I remember he did some rather misogynistic tweets involving well, female railway workers. James, I should kick your bucking tender. Probably should. James, I'm going to ask you nicely. Give them back now. That wasn't very nice. No, my express! What have you done? Your express! No, Gordon! Stop! Stop! No, Gordon! Please! Oh! He was dead. Now to take what's rightfully mine. Where's the brake coach? Passengers complained to the guard what a bad railway it was. If they're still alive. Let that be a lesson to you, James. These coaches are mine, and don't you forget it. Have I ever seen any Top Gear Thomas parodies? I think I have, because they're the ones with, well, Jeremy, James May, and Richard Hammond are replaced with Gordon, Henry, and James. I don't have a breakout train, do I? I don't think I do. No. Oh, I guess James is just James is just gonna be stuck in a shrub forever. Ow, you stupid dummy. What about my crew? Well, James, luckily, the back of your cab is not covered by the shrubs, so the crew can just leave. Some nice shots of Gordon doing his thing. Well, I say nice shots, just some nice views of Gordon doing his thing. Thomas, I'm going to pretend I saw nothing. Thomas always pushed behind the big trains to help them start. He was always uncoupled first. This time, Gordon started so quickly they forgot to uncouple Thomas. Gordon's chance had come. There the two of them go. And Bulgy and Bertie are cousins from what you heard. They're both AEC buses, or something like that. Wonder why Mattel didn't just continue all engines go by having it be animated by another company. Well, possibly. Well, if I remember right, the decision to pivot away from all engines go and go to the switch to the current style. I think that decision was made before Nelvana went under. So it wasn't like Mattel thought, oh no, Nelvana can't make it anymore. I guess we'll stop all engines go. I think they'd already decided to stop all engines go before then. Maybe Toby has a point about staying at Farquhar. Too many weird things happen in these parts. No, you're not wrong. Ah, I'm back on the track. Nothing can spoil this day now. Oh! I'll get you, Gordon. Gordon tricked me. Bob the Builder has a parody called Bodgy Builder. Yeah, that was from wasn't that from Comedy Inc? The same show that gave us Ernest the Engine Car. It's weird that they call him Ernest the Engine Car. It's like, that's not really a phrase, is it? You're either an engine or a car, but you can't be both. I guess you can be a power car, which is like the front of a multiple unit, but Ernest is definitely not part of a multiple unit. Yeah, I remember Ernest the Engine Car, because I remember there used to be a thread on TV.com back in the sort of late 2000s, mid to late 2000s. I remember for some reason, there were people who like took it, who were like super serious about it. They were like, they thought Ernest the Engine Car was evil and an insult to Thomas, and they want Thomas and Percy to push Ernest and Stevie off a bridge. It's like it's just a parody skit. It's not. I don't think the people making those sketches were trying to say that Thomas was a bad show or anything. I think they were just parodying something that everyone already knows, and as an excuse to tell some jokes. Maybe it's safe to come onto the main line now, but I've got to be very cautious. Oh! Why do I even bother? I just wonder what happened if Duck found out about the modern Great Western Railway. Yeah, I'm not sure. I guess Duck would be aware of the fact that there are no steam engines in revenue-earning service on the mainland anymore. And we know that he got over his prejudice of diesels because of Boko, and I don't think he ever had much of a prejudice against electric trains. So I guess it depends on whether or not the modern engines continue to uphold the Great Western Way or not. The next day, James shunted some Acme tar tankers on the tracks for Gordon. Perhaps. I'm trying to remember. I think I have it. Yes. Got a tar tanker. James could shunt a couple of these into the line. And trying to quickly get out of the way. Huh. Gordon didn't seem too bothered by them. I think I may have figured out a plan, said James. But he went over to the turntable. Oops. No, he didn't, because I forgot to set the points right. I'll wait for Gordon to leave again. Aha! Hello, Gordon. How's life treating you? Gordon sounded like he just stepped on a rake. No talk to me. I'm angry, said Gordon. Oh, the thing again, right? I want to. So I've got to get it out of the way first. Now I'm the express engine, said Thomas. Thomas, come back with those coaches. Sorry, what's that, James? I can't hear you. And Gordon found dead on the turntable. Yeah, pretty much. Thomas, I'm warning you. I worked hard to get those coaches. No, you didn't. You just made Gordon crash. You puffball! James, you blithering idiot! Mavis has decided to give Gordon a bit of company, try and calm him down, while and to avoid having to watch Thomas and James battle it out. The next day, James painted a faint wall on a cliff to stop Thomas. Quite possibly. Oh! Cried Thomas. The signalman changed the points. Huh? Oh! Cried James. At least I've still got one coach, said Thomas. Suddenly they heard an extraordinary noise. Quite possibly. Mavis watched with no interest. She's not interested in whatever Thomas and James are getting up to. And there's no breakdown train this time, James, said Thomas, so I couldn't save you even if I wanted to. And for the record, I don't. Oops. I forgot that I was still controlling Mavis. The other one go. There it is. Oh, Gordon, said Thomas. James wanted to steal your coaches again. Oh, that James, I've had about enough of his shenanigans. James, look here, I want a word with you. It's not nice to steal my coaches, and furthermore, they're not your coaches, they're mine. Actually, they're my coaches, said Henry. Henry. Right, that's it. Oh. There was no need for that, Gordon. That's what you think. I'm just getting started. Well, you won't catch me. Well, that happened. James just sobbed in the dirt. Yep. Henry's a lot slower than Gordon, actually. Henry, I warn you, you won't like me when I'm angry. Oh, I'm getting a sore throat from doing the Gordon voice. You can't catch me, Gordon. Just watch me. Oh, it's so great being able to pull the express after so long. What are you doing, Gordon? Those are my coaches! No! Ha! In your face, Gordon! You didn't manage to derail me! Although I will say I feel a bit naked without my tender. Oh, where is it? I can't find it. It's here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Oh, but it's backwards. Oh. Maybe I should just pull the flying kipper. That's a nice... something I'm a bit more used to. There's grey ones as well. Maybe a... maybe a CCT van as well. Oh, that's a bit better. There's nothing like a good kipper. Although I don't know why I'm saying that because I've never eaten one. Get out of my way, Gordon. Hey, Gordon, are you mad too? Yes, James. Why's that? I can't see my forehead. Never mind, Henry, it wasn't your fault. I caused the accident. That's a classic. Now, I'm not sure how long I'll keep streaming. That's been quite a bit of fun there. Role-playing as the characters. I don't know how much longer I'll be doing it for. What time are we at now? Maybe around 1 o'clock I might finish the stream. That gives us about 15 minutes to go. What a lovely day. It's such a nice day and nothing can spoil it. I'm just going to innocently shunt these trucks onto the line. I wonder what I should do next. James, get out of the way! Oh! I wasn't supposed to derail as well. I don't know what's happened here. What's going What's going on out there, said Raven. Oh, you don't want to know, said James. The horror. I've seen that thing it sometimes does. Where it couples up, but then it doesn't look right. There they are. Now, if you can't pull your trains, I'll do that instead, said Mavis. James's tender went. Where's my tender? I feel naked without my tender. Well, yeah, I'm not sure where it's gone. Well, I guess I'll have to spawn in a new one. James and Henry can make up in the sheds. This day keeps getting worse and stranger. James rolled off into the sheds without another word. I watched the Berenstain Bears cartoon. The Messy Room episode is the episode where Mama Bear goes completely berserk. No, I never really got into the Berenstain Bears. I never had any of the books growing up as a kid, and I remember the cartoon aired on I think Pop or Tiny Pop or something, but it was one of those. It was one of those cartoons that I didn't like watching because I thought it looked too ugly. I thought the characters looked a bit hideous, which and even now I don't particularly care much for how they were designed. But I'm sure there are some people who enjoy both the books and the cartoon and wouldn't have their designs be any different. Uh-oh. Oh. Why did the... I thought the turntable was set correctly. Evidently not. Well, Gordon, said Thomas, I suppose it's just you and me now. And if anyone has done anything to make you feel upset today, all I can say is, I'm sorry. I thank you, Thomas. Sorry, you're such a loser. Oh! So I guess Gordon had the last laugh tonight. Well, I don't know, we've got 8 minutes until 1 o'clock. F in the chat. Duck a muck, but with James. That would be a lot of fun, I think. I think James would definitely work the best in a story like that. It'd be fun to have an episode like that in the reboot. Not that I imagine it'll happen. If All Engines Go didn't get super meta like that, then I doubt any future installment of Thomas will get super meta in that same way. Well, that was some fun chaos. It certainly was. Well, yeah. So tonight's stream a little bit shorter than the last couple. Just means that we were able to cram more in. I might tidy some of this up. I might have it. So that it's ready to go on the workshop. I might just have it so that again we just have Thomas, Mavis, James, and one troublesome truck on the layout. In reference to the original set. And I'll just quickly put Mavis back on. Not Makis, Mavis. Oh, that wasn't meant to happen. There we are. And then just put a troublesome truck somewhere. So yeah, at some point, I can't say exactly when, but I might put this on the workshop. I'll just make sure it's saved. because I have had instances in the past where I've made a layout in rolling line, then forgot to save because it doesn't auto save, and just lost everything. So I'll just put yeah, and I might do things like the thumbnail and all that later on when I'm uploading it to the workshop. But this isn't part of a map jam, so I'm not in a huge rush to get it out. But I probably will get it out. Probably will get it released at some point. But I hope everyone's enjoyed the stream. James, Thomas, and Mavis, what a crew! Yeah, pretty much. It'd be interesting to write a story about the three of them together. Maybe James has to help out on Thomas's branch line or something. Well, yeah. So all of this has been the fruits of my labour tonight. It's I'm pleased that I managed to get the layout, well, looking like the original layout, and sort of everything being accounted for, and even having the similar vibe with the scenery, with some green trees, some red trees, and some apple trees, and some evergreen trees. But yeah, I think I'm going to leave it there for tonight. Hope everyone's had a fun time, and I'll see you probably Monday when the next drawing video comes out. It'll probably be Monday, and yeah, I'll see you then. But it's starting to get a bit on the late side where I am, so I'll leave it there for tonight, and I'll see you quite soon.